presenting, but check for me if Auxiliarato joined, in case here and there she can be also instrumental to the discussion. But I will predominantly be presenting. And colleagues, today I will request that you keep a notebook next to you. So maybe we can give colleagues a few minutes to just grab a notebook and a pen, because we will do a lot of scribbling so that we have a fruitful engagement. All right. I'm going to Lord Johnson the changed register in the platform so that colleagues can access it. I'm sure we're able to do that. Yeah, she really doesn't have to be here because she has a lot of engagements, but if she will be here, it will be good for us to know in case we need to engage with her.
Yeah, she will be joining Mr. Boucher. She said the link that she was using doesn't give him the access to join the meeting. So I just sent her the new link. So I think she will just be here in 2.5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Colleagues, what I want to discuss today, it is as much important to our personal lives as individuals as it also is to the school life, to the office life, classroom life, but more importantly, it's how do we handle conflict? Because understandably, we are always in the midst of it. The last time I presented on conflict management, I presented it as titled Conflict Management and Negotiation Skills. So I'm also saying this so that Mr. Mangwato can, on the planning side, realize that this is not a topic I have always covered in the short time that we have. But at the same time, I'm always cognizant of the fact that I do not want to run through a presentation of this nature. This is so because we are often encompassed by a lot of things that are happening in our work life that make it very difficult for us to achieve certain goals, move forward, progress, and become productive people. Throughout my studies, particularly the time I was studying my Master of Laws, I did focus on dispute resolution and conflict management, a subject that I keep on studying even up until today. And what motivates me to now come and do presentations on conflict management and maybe a little less on negotiation skills, but so to realize that as we go through conflict, we also negotiate through life. We negotiate with people, we negotiate with ourselves, because some of the conflict starts from within us. Some of the conflict happens interpersonally. So there's intrapersonal conflict that happens within us, conflict that happens when we interact, conflict that happens when we perceive our attitudes and the attitudes of others, among other things. So this is quite a topic at my heart, and I've not shied away from presenting this in a pace which is what I'm trying to say is that I never want to rush when I present this particular subject. I do not want to rush simply because many times we presented on a topic like this. I remember I presented the same topic to a group of people from Burkina Faso some years back who came to South Africa. And at the end of the presentation, many of them would say, I didn't see things this way. There are so many things that have happened in my life, and I wish I had gone through a similar presentation a couple of years ago. It could have prevented this and that from happening. Take a very interesting example that in this group, we are composed of various people. We are composed of people who are in a supervisory role. We also have people who are supervised. We have people that work in various situations and circumstances. And many of these circumstances, whether we like it or not, they get us into conflicting situations. In case sometimes you say, Kandi, what's going on? What's wrong with me? Why is that? I end up in a conflict situation. So I'll just run through a few things. But before I do that, I have an interest in you writing down. In fact, I have pushed my slide to a slide that talks about, and I'm going to show it now, that talks about how do you define conflict yourself? How do you define conflict? All right, I think I found it. I'm going to start on this very slide. So I would like you to, this one you may have to simply jot down on, even in the chat room, what you define as conflict yourself, and then we're going to interact with it. I will be asking Johnson to indicate to me once we have typed our own definition, and then we can interact with those definitions so that we move together. As I said, I'm not going to be rushing through the presentation. I'm going to take it slide by slide at a slower pace. The reason being, a lot of conflict is happening in our schools, colleagues. A lot of conflict is happening, and I am definitely wearing a different cap, but there are many times when we have received these conflicts that have a sort of an impact on the ability to have industrial peace, but at the same time, they impact on your very motivation, the want to be at work. If you can get into so much conflict that you begin to dread coming into the office. We want to assist each other to say, how do we become better at managing conflict? Johnson, today I'm okay. I think I've managed to. I was struggling to find a way around my slides, but I hope you are able to see them. I think I'm seeing some commentary there. All right, let me remove this one. So I've seen some commentary. Let me actually pull out of the slides and go into the chat room. It would say it's a raw, that's Sukiswa. It's a disagreement. And then I'm seeing Eva. Eva says, for me, conflict is disagreement, misunderstanding, different kinds of fighting, verbal, physical, etc. It's a negative thing that needs a resolution, correct? All right. I'm also looking at okay, Anaji. Conflict is a disagreement that can invoke negatively or positively, correct? A serious disagreement, that's Bridget. Disagreement and argument, typically a protracted one. Some of them can be protracted. In other words, the conflict can happen over a long period of time. I think it's at a certain point in time, I discussed a situation which happened in Eastern Cape where an HOD threw water on the face of a teacher. And you could sense that this one the conflict has reached a level of a point of no return. Those are some of the contributions coming from the chat room. You can continue to type your thoughts and we will visit them. I think I'm seeing Dikeledi, a serious misunderstanding between different stakeholders at workplaces, schools. So it can also happen that conflict can take the form of organization versus another organization. Auxiliarato, thank you very much for joining. I wasn't sure if you were free, but please be free to come in anytime as we present so that we can assist our colleagues as we go through conflict management. And you can also greet colleagues. We just asked colleagues to give their own definitions. The last one is there from Alina, who says that it's a difference in opinion, definitely. Opinions can differ so much. Lerato also typed unresolved misunderstanding between parties. And Dan Marie says that conflict can also be a result due to personality clashes. I've heard of that a lot. Personality clashes have existed even in a household and family where people who have got similar personalities, they tend to clash because they just see life, you know, in the same way that many times they actually think they are differing when they're actually agreeing, but sometimes they can actually differ on the agreements. And that's Dan-Marie. This happens a lot. And then difference in views, either physical or verbal, that's from Ezekiel. Then also a serious misunderstanding of roles, our roles in schools where people can't respect a position you hold as a leader. This one is serious as well because remember, Tebuhwai, I mentioned the issue of subordinates being insubordinate, all sorts of situations of that nature, which can tend to flare up where someone challenges the authority of their leader. Conflict is a misunderstanding between one person and the other person. Misunderstanding within yourself. You can also have misunderstanding within. So let me just, I will visit some of these definitions as we go, and our accelerator will also be ready to come in during the presentation so that we are able to together assist our educators. Now look at some of these descriptions that I've given in my notes. Ultimately, members of the human race are unable to live with each other without conflict. It's to say that conflict is inevitable. It is inevitable. It's unavoidable. It is going to be with us as long as we remain humans and we remain on the earth. And the tendency towards conflict, there, it's a comment that I put there to say it is an ever-present danger in business and is yet another challenge for the manager. Individuals experience conflict when their opinions, values, needs, and actions are in opposition to others. And the moment you walk into the workplace, you are definitely going to have an opinion and somebody is going to oppose that opinion. You're going to have values. Those values are going to oppose each other. You have needs or actions that you take, and in one way or the other, there will be opposition to it, and you will definitely clash. And the more you realize that conflict is inevitable, it then becomes necessary to also realize it's giving us an opportunity for open communication, creative problem solving, and enhanced relationships. That's eventually what we can do. And without these three things, open communication, creative problem solving, and enhanced relationships, then we are going to do more damage. This is when conflict actually leads to problems more than it solves problems. But as a leader or as a worker or as a teacher, as a professional, one of the things you must do is to accept conflict. And many times you need to see it as an opportunity. You need to see it as an opportunity and also a way of gaining more by how we manage through it. An expert called Putman and Paul, they define it as the interaction of interdependent people who perceive opposition of goals, aims, and values, and who see the other party as potentially interfering with their realization of their goals. So many times it's about a relationship. Johnson, today I'm having trouble with, maybe I need to put off my camera. I'm having trouble with a relationship between my slides. I'm not so sure. Is it Miss Tele? Please turn off your camera. I'm not so sure if it is to do with Miss Tele. Zoliswa, please turn off your camera, and let's all try to turn off our cameras so that we're able to only pay attention to the, okay, I think it's turned off. All right, thanks. And I see Petro as well. It seems like his camera is on. All right, let me try and I'm not so sure what's happening with my slides because they are not presenting in the way that I want them to show.
I think because of the cameras from our colleagues.
All right. So yeah, let's just have colleagues.
Colleagues, please switch off your camera.
Mine is off, sir. It has
Oh.
never been on.
All right.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, it could be a the system issue, but let's see how we can navigate it. All right. All right. Let me try. I'm just trying to see the best way to make these slides show.
There's nothing wrong with your presentation. Why did you try to change it?
I'm not sure. Are you able to see the slides?
Yes, sir, we are able to define and identify workplace conflict now.
All right.
So we can see it.
Can I request Mr. Ronald, can you switch your camera, please? Switch off your camera.
All right. All right. So now let's look at this picture here, especially the picture on the top right. Two people are looking at what appears to be a number. One is seeing 6 when standing from the left side. The other one is seeing a 9 when standing from the right side. And would you say that any one of the two is wrong in what they are seeing? And we are often in these kind of situations. We are often in these situations where our goals are incompatible. There is interdependence and interaction, and we are bound to see things differently because we are normally standing on a different side of the issues. The other person is standing on the other side of the issues. And neither of the two are wrong. They are just seeing things differently. And the moment you begin to see things differently, you are definitely going to clash many times if one person is not going to say, let me move to your side and see what you are seeing, rather than continue seeing it from my side. So conflict exists when one person has a need of another and that need is not being met. So there is a need at all times conflict happens. There is a need, and a need is a gap. A need could be a need, a physical need, or a need to be listened to, or a need for the other person to understand you, or a need to have things clarified, a need to have expectations clarified. And conflict often happens or occurs when the inner experience of antagonism reflects an overt behavior designed to frustrate or hinder the other party's attempt to achieve his or her goal. And many times when this happens, you would think back, if I would reflect back, actually this conflict would not have occurred. What I want to do now, I also want to show something totally different. Johnson, I'm not so sure. I think one of the things I've been struggling with could be that I was logged on to two Microsoft. It appears like I have two Microsoft Teams meetings. But let me also then shift to show something. I hope it won't give me problems to show it. Let me just try it out. I want to show this one. I'm trying to show a video. All right. Let's try it this way. Let me see if I can be able to load it. All right. Let me know if you
Yes, we can see it, sir. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Boucher, we can see the video, but there is no sound. I'm not sure if ever.
You can't hear the sound.
Yes.
All right, let me try again. Let me try again. Let me try to navigate on the Okay, I'm going to start afresh, Johnson. Tell me if you're hearing.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear the sound.
No, we can only hear you, not the sound of the video.
You can't hear that?
No sounds, sir. No sounds at all.
All right. I actually had clicked include computer sounds. I'm not sure why. Let me just see what could be causing that.
Check volume. Check volume there. It's
Volume
muted.
is okay. I don't know what could be.
The video is muted. Unmute the video.
Okay, device settings. Yeah, speakers are showing that they are okay. All right, let me try again. Can you hear?
No sound again.
No sound.
All
right, let me try. Let me load it. I'll try to load it again.
But whenever you're playing it without uploading it on the MS Teams, does it have a sound?
It has sound on my side, so that's why I'm wondering why it's not projecting the other side. But you can see the video.
Yes, we can see the video, but now it's removed.
I removed it. I wanted to load it again. Right, let me try and load it again. If it doesn't work, then we'll have to shift to something. No sound yet? You can't hear?
No sound yet.
No sound yet.
All right. All right, let me shift and present something else. I'm not so sure what could be happening. I don't know if there are IT people on the platform who could help. Or let me try another option.
But why my video keeps on turning on my camera? Oh no. Hey.
Nyoba attendele ekhaya ngibona ukuthi benza njani.
Okay.
Dikele, you can speak. Can unmute and speak. I can see your hand.
Hello. You know, with Google Meet, the same kind of a thing tends to happen, that you will try and show people a video and they won't hear a sound. So maybe if you can, I don't know, share a link with us on the chat, and then we can watch the video as individuals, because otherwise, chances are you are not gonna hear the sound.
I tried to turn off my VPN, Johnson, in case it could be the one interfering with my. So let's see how it will without it.
When you are uploading, isn't the button where it says include system audio? Don't you see any button?
There's a sound which says include computer sound. I've clicked it on, so I'm not so sure why then it, you see right at the top, there is this button here, which is written include, computer sound here on the top there. I click, it goes on, and I'm not sure if it remains on. So let me see tell me if you can hear it now.
What is it about conflict that makes it so difficult to deal with, and how good people can turn into...
You can hear it.
Yes.
It's perfect now.
Perfect.
Awesome. So let's start afresh, and sorry for that. Yay. I think my VPN contributed as well, because I had to switch it off and log out and join in again. All right, so let's listen now.
What is it about conflict that makes it so difficult to deal with, and how come good people can turn into such monsters in the face of conflict? The most common way of dealing with conflict is to avoid it. Some people walk away, others get really upset, wind themselves up and attack, and others just get sick or go on stress leave. In fact, it's amazing what people will do in order to avoid conflict and the emotional stress that comes with it. There is a very clever saying that goes like this: denial is not a river in Egypt. Denial is, however, one of the most common problems when it comes to resolving conflict. When confronted with a tense or difficult conflict, too many people smooth it over, bury their head in the sand, and the conflict goes on for another 1, 2, or 3 weeks, months, or even years in some cases. I want to introduce you to a definition of conflict and then give you a pathway for the resolution of conflict. Before I do, I want to say this. For some people, even the word conflict means warfare, dead bodies and blood on the streets, and it's very common for women and men to see anything less than that as not being in conflict at all. So this is a definition that starts at a very low level, because most conflict starts out as very small upsets and builds and grows into a full-scale battle. So here's the definition. Conflict exists when one person has a need of another and that need is not being met. Now, don't be fooled by the simplicity of this definition. The resolution of conflict starts from here, and the first step is to express the need. The second step is to find out if the need can or cannot be met. If the need can be met, then we have resolution. If it's a no, then we negotiate to resolve the conflict, or we go into the management of conflict. So here's the problem. Most people go straight from having an unmet need into the management of conflict, bypassing step 1 and step 2 because they are afraid and don't talk to the people who can do something about it. And that's not pretty. In fact, it gets quite ugly. So here's what the management of conflict looks like: sulking, withdrawing, getting sick, the silent treatment, backstabbing, gossiping, shouting, blocking, being aggressive, and getting angry. So the resolution of conflict starts with expressing your unmet need and then finding out if your unmet need can or cannot be met. If your conflict has escalated to the stage where it's too tough or sensitive or difficult to handle, then you really need to think seriously about involving a neutral third party to help you mediate the dispute, and we can help you out with that. For more information...
Okay. I'm going to end it. I'm going to end it here, and I'm going to ask colleagues to share their thoughts on just that clip. What do you think about this clip in relation to situations at work, especially in a school? Anyone can share their thoughts there. Anyone can share their thoughts on this.
Mr. Bushe, could you please repeat again your question?
I'm saying, does this resonate with us? What can we learn from just this little clip on conflict? And I think I see Bridget's hand as well there. Bridget?
Yes, I was wondering, just watching the video, there seems to be a lot of conflict means anger. Does it always mean that there has to be that anger in it? Or can it be, or is that more just a disagreement that you don't agree if you don't have that anger issue?
It can involve anger, but sometimes it can escalate as anger building within. And if somebody, for instance, who's supposed to meet your need does not come forward, then it can rise in tension levels. It doesn't always have to be involving anger, but in many cases we have seen it escalating into anger. So it doesn't have to always involve anger.
Do you think that could be upbringing coming into it? I don't know.
It varies, as you will see. Some of the things that we will show, it varies. With some of it could be something somebody grew up doing. I'll give you an example of a person that I was talking to who was saying that there is a colleague who grew up in a polygamous marriage where they always had to fight for attention, for resources, and the like. And that characteristic can carry on in someone beyond their family life, or rather the place of their birth. If it does not get resolved, it's at an early stage, it always can blow out of proportion. But it differs with different people. Some of it could be a personality issue. Psychologists always say sometimes there could be personality disorder, where somebody is naturally an aggressive person who does not know or learn how to be assertive, but they will achieve their goals at any cost, even if it means it's going to cost another person their own rights. So it's different views, Bridget, but we will show as we go through the presentation various other aspects, strands to it.
Yes, okay. I think we do need to teach children how to manage this from a young age.
At a younger age.
Looking at our country and ways of managing conflict. Yeah.
That's very correct. Let's just push a little bit. I'm going to also show just a few other views, and we can always come in, and please feel free to join in and share your thoughts so that we are able to, because we are dealing with a problem which is not only ideological, but it's practical. It's something that's with us on a daily basis. And we will take time, and Silerato, please feel free to come in as well at any time. So you will then look at
there is a hand from Clark.
Yes, Clark, please share your thoughts.
Mr. Bushe, afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
We are very well and happy to hear you.
Excellent. Mr. Bushe, the first thought that comes to me is that when we're dealing with conflict, I think a very important thing is emotional intelligence. So that
That's right.
we can see like that 6 and 9 that you were talking about. We must, I usually say, you cannot tie the shoelaces of somebody's shoes if you are not in that shoes. So
True.
that is where Yeah, where emotional intelligence comes in, and like you should put your personal emotions a bit aside and focus on the issue on the table. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Ms. Clark. Those are thoughts we need, because every time conflict happens, as you are saying it, it's because somebody is refusing to move to the other side. Just imagine if you are the one standing on the side where you are seeing a 6, and you move and go to the side where the other one is seeing a 9. You are likely not to be in conflict, because it then says to you, it is more to do with who is standing on which side and what are they seeing. So let's see, this conflict is an inevitable and reality of life. It is not a dirty word, and it takes place for many reasons and has various forms. It will not happen for the same reasons all the time. Each conflict will have a unique situation that gives rise to it. It happens in the workplace. It used to be perceived as a negative, but something to be avoided. But many times, conflict has also led to positive things. It has led to discovery of diversity, discovery of different viewpoints, and at the same time, if it is managed constructively and positively, it can lead to creativity. You also need to look at it from the fact that it is viewed differently by different experts, especially in psychology and organizational behavior. Especially in our day when we work as teams, and more, it's highly likely we are going to have conflict. So I'm going to push it here to say, so what nature does it take when groups strive for the same goal, hold little or no antagonism toward each other, and behave according to the rules and procedures? Competition is the mostly likely outcome. We are going to have a situation where people compete for goals, compete for resources, compete even for attention. And when one group's goals jeopardize those of the other, then there can be open antagonism between the groups. I have seen in situations where the marketing department in certain environments in the private sector thinks that they must put up a budget, spend a budget on certain things, and finance people think they are being flamboyant, and antagonism between those two groups begins to happen. You will have also situations even in a school where one group thinks that we must spend on this and another group thinks it's a waste of money. So if you look at it closely, conflict can come from competition. Conflict, group goals are in jeopardy, open antagonism, few rules and procedures that regulate behavior. Once you have situations like that, you're going to have a problem. Groups strive for the same goal, little or no antagonism, behavior governed by rules or procedures. That's in a competitive environment. But in a conflict environment, there are no rules, nobody respects no rules. Goals become extremely important. Antagonism develops, and groups violate rules and procedures. But the way, the manner in which we handle this will become more important going forward. And this conflict can take these various forms. It can take overlapping jobs, lack of understanding of other people's jobs, lack of discipline, my department attitude, sexist attitudes, contradictory assumption, violated boundaries, unmet expectations, power struggles, incompatible goals, unhealed emotional scars. This is a part that all of us, we have to visit at some point in life, especially if you would have some scars from the past. Many of us have them. I would find very few people who don't have emotional scars from their past. Lack of trust, unshared information. Somebody does not share information which another needs in order for them to proceed forward. What obstacles block resolutions, the differences in interpretations. This is a serious one. When we interpret information differently, or we interpret sensory information from another person differently or in a conflicting way. A person communicates one thing, we hear something else. The aggressive and competitive behavior of human beings is also a cause of conflict. Frustration is a big one. Competition for limited resources, the introduction of change. And I think there is a lady who talked about change when Auxiliarato was presenting last time, that their school is undergoing strategic change. And when change begins to happen, it is introduced, but there is no change management process. There is no adequate communication, then conflict will arise. Because change sometimes, some people see it as a threat to their position, a threat to their resources, and a threat to their livelihood. Sometimes they see it as a threat even to their job. So there are other causes of conflict, is drives for power, clashes between values and principles, interests and preferences. When one group thinks certain things don't matter while another group thinks certain things don't matter, or others think they matter. So once that happens, I remember I witnessed a situation in a school outside this country that I was attached some years ago, I think in the 90s, when a person made a comment, and that comment caused a whole school to close down, and a secretary of education had to come into that school in order to end the violent altercations that emanated from a comment during break time in a school, in a single school. It ended up a national issue. Misinformation, cultural influences and norms. As different cultures, we don't always see things differently. Even people who are from one culture, there will be subcultures and subcultures within one culture, and different norms. The way we do things, the way we don't do things.
Can hear you.
You can't hear me, Johnson? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, sir.
All right, thank you. So misinformation, assumptions, and I always give a statement that assumption is the lowest level of knowledge. When you assume, assumption can actually flare up conflict more than anything. Roles and status issues. A couple of years ago, I had a privilege of reading literature on how Americans struggled to do business in Saudi Arabia. And this is what happened. They said in Saudi Arabia, when people are going into a negotiation, they go in as a family. So an American young man, business, they call it a business mogul in New York. He went to Saudi Arabia, and his intention was to sign up a deal. I think it was in the oil industry. It is said he went into the office, which had been designated for that meeting to take place. And the Saudi Arabians did not show up on time. And he became a bit irritated. He became bored. So he decided to
He took a magazine which was on the coffee table in that office, and he started reading it, but then he went further to stretch his legs on top of the coffee table. And when the Saudi Arabians finally arrived, they found his legs on the coffee table and became very angry. They were so angry that they refused to sign the contract, and it was signed a year later when their anger had subsided. And this information found its way into textbooks. I was reading a textbook called Contemporary Issues in Business Management some years ago. I think it was in 2000 or 2001 where this story was told, to say cultures will always differ and we will normally clash on the basis of cultural issues. So it's very important that when we work together, remember, colleagues, we spend 80% of our time at work. And whether we like it or not, in a sense, we got to know the people that we are dealing with. Conflict is constructive when it opens up and clarifies important issues and helps to resolve them. Also, when it involves people in resolving issues important to them, it increases involvement of individuals in important issues. It makes communications more authentic rather than just window dressing, and releases pent-up emotion, stress and anxiety, and helps build cohesiveness. That's when conflict is important. It also helps individuals grow, especially when it provides for reflection and also collective problem solving, causes positive and open communication, helps release emotion, anxiety, and stress. When we bottle up and we put a lot of things under the carpet without communicating them in a healthy environment, which depends on the leaders of that situation, because leaders are the ones who are key to ensuring conflict is resolved constructively. It will also build understanding among people through learning more about each other. It involves people in resolving conflict, helps individuals develop understanding and skills. Take a very good example, colleagues. When I had an opportunity to speak on cultural issues, you begin to learn that different people view things differently from a cultural point of view. Take a very good example. I've worked with a lot of colleagues of British origin, and when a colleague, I had one of my best friends, a childhood friend called James Bartley that I grew up with, who was of British origin. James Bartley would say to me that when we are having a conversation with you and a British person decides to put their hands, to fold their hands on their chest, it means they are bored and we must actually end the conversation. And it's one of the etiquettes of communication in British culture. But then in African culture, on the other hand, when you are speaking to an African and the African folds his hands on his chest, it means he's paying attention. So that can give rise to a lot of conflict. And I'm going to put my camera on to show you another one. So if you are in a place like, I think it's Sierra Leone. I don't know if you are seeing my video. In Sierra Leone, if you show a sign like this, Ray, can you see me? If you show a sign like this, what does it mean in South Africa?
You can't see it, mister.
It's an insult. It's an insult, Bernard.
All right, let me
You
just
can't show a finger.
All right, let me okay. If you show a sign like this, what does this mean?
Perfect.
It means perfect.
Yes.
But if you go to a country in West Africa, if a person does this, it means I'll kill you.
How?
I think it's in Sierra Leone. And these begin to show you that we have differences in the way we see things based on our cultural environment and the kind of things that obtain in various environments. So if you go into such a place and you are so happy with a waiter, let's say you are in Sierra Leone, a waiter serves you food so well, and you are about to leave and you do this, you are sending a totally different message altogether. You are saying to this person, you have served me so well, but I will kill you. So that's why appreciation, orientation is very important when it comes to the manner we deal with cultural issues or cultural issues in different environments. So I have said conflict can become positive when it does build. All right, I think I'm there. But it can become destructive as well. Conflict is destructive when it diverts energy away from important work and other issues. When it destroys morale and self-concept, the moment it polarizes and thereby reducing cooperation, when it deepens differences in values or produces violence or name-calling, the moment it goes there, it has moved away from constructive conflict. Because we are saying conflict must be constructive, it must lead us to communicate more and to have conversations that build towards something. Now, there are certain aspects I will talk about a little later on the issue of conflict from a cultural point of view, and it will help us to see certain things. So there will be two kinds of conflicts that we will deal with. That's why I said I'm going to take my time. I'm not going to rush through this. There is interpersonal conflict. There is organizational conflict. Conflict can happen even in some of the most respectable places of society, such as parliament, boardrooms. People can hold each other's necks and call each other names they would not want to repeat after that. Now, if you look at this, we have a story I'm going to show just now. It's just that I'm not so sure why my slide. Okay, I think it's showing. Now, a story is told that in an African jungle, 6 blind people were brought to an elephant, and they were asked to define an elephant. And the first one came and held the tail of an elephant, and he says, an elephant is just a rope. And then it was put aside, and another one was called and say, what's an elephant? The other one came and touched the tummy of the elephant and said, well, no, an elephant is just a wall. The other one came and touched the leg of an elephant, says, no, an elephant is just a trunk of a tree. The other one touched the ears of the elephant and said, no, it's just a large blanket. So you see that these people are defining an elephant based on their experience. And the question is, were they wrong in defining an elephant as either a rope or a wall, or the elephant is just a trunk of a tree? Were they wrong in those definitions? Probably not. They are defining it based on their experience of it. And the reason is because they are blind. So perception is an important principle of communication. How you perceive, how you see. What you see and how you see may be totally different. Another one will actually just say to you, an elephant is just a horn, because that's what he is exposed to. And exposure is very important. Perception is very important. Let me give you a personal experience that will tell you and reinforce the same thing, that perception is very important. Now, I was born and raised in a village, in a very poor village somewhere. And as we were growing up, you know that in the village, there are not many villages have got good environmental management principles. So they will dig up trenches everywhere. If somebody wants to build a concrete for a house, they will go and dig up sand, river sand there, and a trench will develop. So as little boys, when rain comes and fills up those gutters, we called them swimming pools. And we would jump in there and swim the whole day. So there will be deeper trenches than some that are shallower. And the small boys will jump, and we call them swimming pool number 1, number 2, number 4. And when it becomes deeper, they become swimming pool number 5 for the bigger boys. But one characteristic of this experience was that the moment we jumped into this pool, we stirred up the mud and the water became khaki. And the more it became khaki, the more we became excited, and we will swim the whole day. When we come out of that water, we become whitewash. And you know that we are going to be shamboked at home. And when you then come from that environment, you define a swimming pool as a one in which you jump in and the water turns khaki and you are happy days. You swim together with your frogs and your tadpoles in there. Now, you could never convince me about the definition of a swimming pool as I know it today until I saw a real one. And I remember a certain friend of mine when I went into town, going with me to a swimming pool. I arrive, look at the water, it's blue, and my friend is saying it's a swimming pool, and I'm saying you are lying. You cannot, because swimming was for us water, you jump in, it turns khaki. And for somebody to tell me a clean water, blue in color, is for swimming was an insult to my rural village intelligence. Now, this guy realizes he's not going to win the argument with me. He jumped into the water, and reality dawned on me, and 3 other boys were behind me. They also pushed me into the swimming pool. And the moment I jumped into that blue-watered swimming pool, my rural definition of a swimming pool that turns khaki when you jump into it was wiped out. I could never have had a definition of a swimming pool from a textbook or from any other source, because in the village, clean water was for drinking, clean water was for washing clothes, clean water was for consumption purposes and not for swimming. So we can differ because quality of anything depends on our experiences. And you cannot take away people's experiences from them, because their experiences define them. Now, I would like you to take a piece of paper, or possibly just this is for yourself. Here is an instruction. Study the geometric shapes below. Select one that best represents your personality as you know it, and place a cross below the chosen one. You can only choose one. So you choose either of these 4 shapes and keep it to yourself. We will come back to it. Everyone under the shape or which you believe represents your personality. Okay. And then we're going to come back to this. It's a very interesting game exercise. We are coming to it, back to it. All right. Now, look at this. People differ in important ways. It is important to categorize people. It is impossible to categorize people in fixed ways or stereotypes because we tend to forget that people are different and unique. And no test can describe the complexity of each person. Each one of us is different. Even twin brothers and twin sisters, they will be different. Identical ones will be different. Will not see life or things the same way. Perception is the act of sensing something and giving it significance. It is how reality is perceived. You can look at these people there on this diagram. They are looking at the same diagram. They are looking at a glass. One person is seeing it as a half full. The other one is seeing it as half empty. This is the way they see it. You cannot argue to say, no, you must not see it as half empty, you must see it as half full, or you cannot argue with the other one to say, you must not see it as half full, you must see it as half empty, because reality is that they are describing it as they see it. And we often have these situations in the workplace. We have people who will see things totally different from the way you see them. And many times you have heard people throw statements like, I thought this was common sense. No, common sense is not always common. And not all common sense is common. So reality is how we perceive and see things. Now, when you look at this, people's behavior is usually based on our perception, the mental images we keep about our world. It's the use of our previous knowledge in order to interpret information as it comes to us and as it registers on our sense of smell, sense of sight, sense of hearing, sense of taste, and sense of touch. And these are the frames of reference. We filter things using our senses, the way we perceive, and we perceive things in the way that we interpret those things. And we are not cameras or tape recorders. We cannot take in through our five senses exactly what is out there, because objective reality will differ. And this applies to all of us. This applies to your colleagues. This applies to your children, your sisters, your uncles, your brothers, your parents, and everyone you interact with in this world. We will not see things the same way. We do not see people for what they are. We see them for what they mean to us. I will repeat that. We often do not see people for what they are. We see them for what they mean to us. So reflect upon this statement for a moment. Whenever two people meet, there are actually 6 people present. What do you think this statement means? Whenever 2 people meet, there are actually 6 people present. Whenever 2 people meet, there are actually 6 people present. Think about it. You can share your thoughts in the
They will want to respond. There's raise a hand.
Please assist Ntatish Kombana to get that feedback.
All right. Thanks. They will.
Yes, I would say if they say whenever 3 people meet, there are 6. It means that everyone has 2 sides to every story. So therefore, there would be 6 sides to that one story.
Okay. So
On
and
the chatbot,
yes,
when
yes,
two
that is
meet,
common.
when two meet from the chatbot, there is what the one sees, what the other sees of them, self and the truth, and vice versa.
Interesting view.
That is from Alia.
Interesting, Alia. Let's go on with it.
There is nothing on the chatbot. That it was the only response that we got.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me proceed. Lerato, please come in.
Good afternoon, Tata Bushe. Good
Yeah.
afternoon, everyone. My statement, that statement that you had just put in, for me, it interprets as we do not see people for what they are. We actually see them for who we are in that statement. Because every time you are with a person, you always see the parts of you in them that you either like or dislike. They irritate you, but you always think they are doing what they're doing because they are you. So when you feel provoked, it's because you think they intend to provoke you because that's what you would do if you want to provoke others, and vice versa. You would interpret it as love or positive things because that's what you would do when you do that. That's why at times you get to a place where people think you are not appreciative because they expect you to appreciate, because if it were them in that situation, they would be appreciative. So yeah, that's my interpretation of it.
Very interesting one, Lerato. Very interesting one. And you begin to see we are there for a reflection. People are a reflection of what is inside us, from what Lerato is saying there. Does it then mean that we sometimes do not like our own character or our own personality because we see it reflected in another person? Very interesting view, Lerato. And many times we don't go back to reflect. Let me just proceed and show us this one. All right, I think I had gone off my slide. All right. Sure it can see now. So we select what we perceive, we organize sensory information into coherent and meaningful picture of the world. And many times we do it subconsciously because we pick this information as we go through life. We pick information, it's sealed within our subconscious mind. And many times when a trigger happens, that information issues out. And when you look at perceptions, they are no more than theories and guesses about what the world is like. Many of the times, these perceptions of reality are reinforced through life, through the things that people laugh about, or people they commend us for, or things that we pick and we feel good about, whether they be wrong or correct. And a great deal of uneasiness and dissonance is created as we reinforce these thoughts and perceptions. Now, let me come back to to the geometric pictures. You remember I asked you to say, pick up one of these which represents, you believe represents your personality, and I'm going to give you feedback now. Now, here it is. The square is a person who is intellectual, objective, rational, and a good decision maker. The triangle is a person who is steady, dependable, conservative, and has perseverance. The circle depicts a person who is strongly preoccupied with sex. And then the diamond shape shows a person who is dissatisfied with the status quo, believes in no nonsense behavior and tends to be a risk taker. That's for you to think about. This is a test from our experts in psychology, and you can screenshot it and reflect on it. Some of it could be true, or some of it could be a mixture of this or that. That's feedback for you there. You can also take a laugh at it. Do you agree with the above assessments? Can you see how difficult it is to categorize people and how other people may see you? So the same way you may not be able to perfectly describe yourself based on just one element. It's the same way people are, but many times we categorize people and we miss it. We miss the mark. Then the key to the sixth statement that 6 people are present when 2 people meet. There is each person as they see themselves, that is 2 people. There is each person as they really are, 2 people. There is each person as the other person sees them, 2 people. Let me go at it again. So anytime 2 people meet, 6 people are present. There is each person as they see themselves. That's 2 people. There is each person as they really are, 2 people. And there is each person as the other person sees them, 2 people. Okay, let's move on to that. So what now? Becoming a better communicator starts with realizing that our own perceptions are also subjective. We construct our reality through cues we tend to, and different people experiencing the same cues usually interpret them differently. We interpret reality and communication about reality differently from individual to individual. All our communication choices are based on perceptions. The communication process of symbolic transaction involves recreation of meaning. You will find that if you were to whisper on a queue of many people, you whisper a statement. The moment you whisper a statement and you say it to the next person, you will realize that by the time it reaches the 100th person, it is talking about a totally different subject. And majority of this, when we communicate either with our voice or with our non-verbal communication, we send multiple messages and we form impressions of others, make judgments about them, when that we normally term interpersonal perception. And most of us, we are so actively involved in perception behavior that we are unaware that it is taking place. We communicate certain things, they give rise to certain responses, and we do not know we have actually made an impact, whether negative or positive, on another person. So what you perceive is exclusively yours. It may or may not be shared with others. The reality on which you stand firm is no more than a consensual reality with yourself, and that's your creation. What you perceive is exclusively yours. It may or may not be shared with others. The reality on which you stand firm is no more than a consensual reality, which is your creation. It is what you have created. If you understand why people act and communicate the way they do, you must be prepared to understand the way they see their world and what their reality is like. We do not all live in the same world. We all see certain aspects of reality others will never see because we are different. Let's have an exercise. Count the F's in the statement below. You have only 1 minute to complete this exercise. And please don't cheat. Count the F's in the statement below. You have only 1 minute to complete this exercise, and then you can share your thoughts. You could type them in the chat room. 1 minute. This is 16:33, 16:34, or 16:34 we close. In fact, let's close it at 16:35. All right, let's move forward. How many F's did you count? And type in your responses. Now do the exercise again and take your time. I would like you to compare the F's you found first and the F's you will find now. I'm going to give you up to 1630. I'll give you up to 1640. Let's count up to 1640.
Bon, par que l'exercice ngona ke bon. Papa.
Okay, thank you. Sharp.
All right. Did you have a difference? They have a difference. How many F's did you count when you took time compared to the first time when we did it in a minute?
12, say.
12 and both times?
Yes, the first time and second time I got 12.
All right. Anybody else?
First time I got 13, second time I got 12.
All right. Interesting. Anyone else?
I got 10.
Okay. Interesting. That's the book, right?
RT.
RS. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Any other view?
Yeah. 9, 11, the second time 12.
Yeah,
Okay,
first time I've got 8 and the second time 12.
All right. Cool.
11 and 12.
Okay, the first
I
time
got
I got
11 and
10
12.
and 12.
TZ.
11.
10 and 12.
Okay, 11, 11, 11 and 12. Interesting.
10 and 12.
10 and 12.
11, 12.
11, 12.
11,
12
12.
and 12.
Okay, 11, 12.
12 and 12.
11, 12. Interesting.
11, 12.
11, 12. Some of these, I think we should even do them in our school environment. Okay, let me proceed. So look at this. The first and second answers would differ because we select, we see what we want and or need to see. We see what we expect to see. Habit makes us fail to perceive things as they really are, and learning creates expectations to perceive in a specific way. Now, we also develop habits of watching, listening, touching. Selecting is not only part of your communication habits, it is a combination of physical choices psychological preferences as well. And that is why we will process information differently at different stages. We resist processing information that is inconsistent with what we expect. It makes us feel uncomfortable. If you get anything that is not consistent with what you were expecting, then you are going to go straight into discomfort. Since we can only focus on a limited number of cues, we can never be aware of everything that is going on while we are communicating. Now, exercise 2. Let's do it. Exercise 2. I'm not even sure if this exercise is we're going to have time because we left with about 17 minutes. Now, read the following story and then answer the questions that follow as either either true or false. So read it carefully. I'm just going to give you 2-3 minutes to read it carefully, and then let's answer the questions. All right. Let's read again. Okay. Let me go into the questions. Ntatesh Kwambana, are you with me?
Dr. Bushe, I'm with you.
All right.
Yeah.
You've finished reading?
Yes.
All right. Let me go to the questions. So let's answer true or false the following questions. First statement, a man appeared after the owner had turned off his store lights. True or false?
True.
Yes.
True.
The robber was a man. True or false?
True.
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 The man did not demand money.
False.
False.
True. True.
The man who opened the cash register was the owner.
True.
True.
The store owner scooped up the money and ran away.
False.
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 Someone opened a cash register.
True.
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 After the man who demanded the money scooped up the contents of the cash register, he ran away.
True.
True.
Oh, false. False. He drove away.
While the cash register contained money, the story does not state how much.
True. True.
True.
The robber demanded money of the owner.
False.
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 The businessman. True.
True.
The robber demanded money of the owner.
False.
True, because he owns the business belongs to him.
Right? The story concerns a series of events in which only 3 persons were referred to: the owner of the store, a man who demanded money, and a member of the police force.
True.
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 Okay.
True.
Right? The following events in the story are true. Someone demanded money, a cash register was opened, its contents were scooped, and a man demanded money.
True.
False.
True.
False.
That is true.
All right, we differ, all of
The
us.
last statement.
All right, let's go to it. So look at the how do we perceive. In fact, we do not know if the man who demanded money was a robber. He could have been someone that the store owner owed money to.
Yes.
It is also possible that the store was robbed by a third party after the man in the story left. It could also be that the police were notified about the story, about another matter that has nothing to do with the man in the story and with any supposed robbery. In fact, you do not have enough information to make any judgments about the story.
The answer lies with how we perceive things.
Exactly. We do not have enough information. And normally, listen to the following statements carefully. The one statement says, we normally engage in premature closure of inquiry every day. Every day we engage in premature closure of inquiry. You look at a person who's wearing a red suit, you make conclusions, and you don't finish the inquiry. You go into the next thing. You see a person who is running in a street. You might assume this person has stolen. You do a premature closure of inquiry. And then they also say, one swallow does not make the summer. One swallow does not make the summer. Meaning to say, when you see the swallow bird, the bird of time flying during winter, it does not mean summer has come. It could just be a stray bird which is flying because they normally fly in summer. So we do not have enough information to make judgments about this story. We make judgments because we select information in such a way that it fits our expectations about ourselves, other people, and the situation. We experience, we see, hear, and remember selectively because we are human. Exercise 3. I would like you to make notes about typical individuals in the following occupations. You may wish to include details of dress, the type of car they drive, and what type of house they live in, and how they behave. Now, next week, when we meet, because our time is gone, when we meet, this is the first exercise we're going to tackle. Write notes about typical individuals in the following occupations. I'm going to give you the occupations. You may include details of the dress, the type of car they drive, what type of house they live in, and how they behave. Here are the people. Bank manager, a social worker, a factory supervisor, and a doctor, and chemical engineer. I'll repeat them. So you are writing details about the person in terms of the dress, the type of car they drive, what type of house they live in, and how they behave. A banker, bank manager rather, a social worker, a factory supervisor, a doctor, and a chemical engineer. Might not have adequate time to finish the exercise because we left with 8 minutes.
Hi.
But very interesting conversations here. Let me leave this accelerator to just take your time to also just give any thoughts. It means, Mr. Mangwato, you will have to organize that we finish up or continue with the presentation next week in your program. But Sislerato, please share any thoughts.
Should I share thoughts of the different careers?
No, I mean anything from what we're presenting, anything that you would want to share with colleagues on this topic. Yeah, the career you would do it after this one, I think next week.
Yes, perhaps next week, Wednesday. Yes, but I just wanted colleagues just to be aware of my summary of that statement that I gave pertaining today's session. Is literally that most of the time is we've got values that clash and we are not aware of each other's values. And because we are not willing to compromise or understand each other, we'll find ourselves in conflict.
Very correct.
Yes. But it was a lovely presentation. I really loved it. Very informative. Thank you very much, Ntate Bushe. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Perceptions. And I think we will definitely reach land our plane next week. Thank you so much. I think I see hands there. And Auxiliary can also assist me to answer. I'm not sure who came first, but maybe let's do ladies first. Katarina, and then we have Cindy Siwet Lomo, and then Lindy Wemhlomo.
Mr. Bushe.
Yes.
I'm back. I was thinking, I think the whole thing is being prejudged and biased. It's also causing a lot of conflict, especially in my organization. And diversity, like I said the previous time, is like we don't see things the way other people see.
Very true, correct.
Yeah, it's like the cat looking in the mirror and seeing a lion. What do you see when you look in the mirror or when you look at somebody else?
Correct.
And especially when it comes to conflict between colleagues and then also children between children, parents and educators. Like today I had, Meneer Bushe, I don't even want to start. I had an explosion at school with a parent rushing in, being prejudged, being negative, not listening. Their communication, false communication was brought under attention. So you have to, like I say, get the person in the picture. Calm down. Let us talk and look at the case on the table.
Have full information.
Yeah, full information. And I saw one of the comments, a lady said, or one of the colleagues said that the older educators forget that they had a first day. I can comment on that because I am in charge of the induction of the newly appointed EAs. So that is so important. You can't expect somebody to do a certain job at a certain quality and standard if you haven't informed them. So induction is so important. Thank
Very
you
correct.
so much, Mr. Bushe.
Thanks so much. And I think we will be able to also even welcome invitations to your schools so that we can even take these presentations deeper. And in a certain sense, Katarina, there is nothing wrong having a similar workshop, including parents and teachers.
I fully agree.
It might help to help because they are our stakeholders to see things that we see things differently, so that some of them don't then come and impose things without first of all realizing that we need to have an appreciation of of all the information in our environment.
Thank you so much. And you know, sir, not to get in a debate with yourself, but just for the sake of the other colleagues also online, is that I'm at an Elsen school. Sometimes the learners, they will laugh at you when you talk to them. And then you feel confronted because this child is not showing respect. But in fact, it is a way that the child has taught himself to protect himself. That is his surviving mechanism. And that is so difficult to teach the educators to look at children differently, individually, because in the way they react. But thank you so much for the invitation, sir. I will really appreciate it, and I will make contact with you on email.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me have Lindy Wemklungu. I don't remember the other colleague. I'm not sure if he's still in Zoma, I think. But Lindy Web, please share your thought. Lindy Wemklungu. Unmute. I think we might be having a challenge with the line there. All right. I'm not sure if Lomo is still here. Lindy, your line is not coming through. Is it Montland Lamplungu? I'm not sure who it was. Lindy, I think the line is not as clear. Maybe you want to try and get out and come back so that I can also then look at listen. And I see comments also in the chat room. Thank you so much, colleagues. We are just trying by all means to reach out to educators, helping us to see things differently in the hope that we may address some issues of conflict that are happening in our schools. And we want to have as many educators joining these sessions so that it can assist. You never know, maybe you may be in conflict with someone after attending these sessions and listening to myself, Tato, and other colleagues that are on the platform. One of them will be able to change our situation in the schools and have better, healthier relationships with each other. We are moving towards helping us having conflict competence. Yeah, I think Sis Lindy is coming back. Sis Lindy, we might be in the end now. You can unmute Sis Lindy and share your thoughts. And I'm seeing Miss Eunice Musito. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm very well. Where is my friend Ntate Tolo?
I'm not sure. In fact, we are busy monitoring exam. So when we have time, we just get into our car and listen to you.
Oh, awesome.
Yes.
I'm here, Mr. Bushe.
Oh, awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Tolo. All right, I think colleagues, Cicely might be having a challenge, or maybe she tried with another line. Cicely, I think you might have joined with another line. You can share your thoughts and then we can come to a close.
Hello?
Cicely?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I saw you were struggling with your line.
Yes, then I joined on my phone.
Oh,
on my laptop. I think there's something wrong with the speaker there.
Yes.
Yes. So I was saying, I will just take this opportunity to thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the workshop. However, I was saying I did not respond to the activity. The reason is that I've learned about perceptions. So since I've learned, I think people will drive the cars they like to drive, will buy houses and work clothes according to their choices, based maybe on their own perceptions, which I may respectfully refer to as preferences.
That's
So,
right.
for example, like when you give maybe your admin instruction at school, what you do, you should have learned that you should try and explain as if I was giving activities to a learner in class, so that they know exactly what is expected of them, and also give space for them to seek clarity. I think
that's right.
That way, will in my own space, I will avoid a lot of conflict, because sometimes I'll be like, no, you are admin, you are supposed to know this. You're not done with your work. You're supposed to have typed this thing and finished, because as admin, we expect you to be able to type 60 words per minute. I don't even ask her whether there's an injury on the hand or anything. I'm just expecting. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sis Lindy, and we appreciate that feedback. And colleagues, we will continue on Monday. I'm not sure if Mr. Mangwato is still here. Let me also then ask officials of SAIS like Ntate Mangwato to also, Ntate Shikwambana, to share your thoughts, and then we come to a close. I'm not sure other officials that are on the platform. I haven't seen Ntate Twala. He normally joins, and I've never managed to see that he joined. I'm not sure if he's here. But if you are here, please just share your thoughts, and then we close.
Tata Bushe.
Thanks, Tatish Komara.
Yes, I just want to also share the same sentiment that this was a very wonderful session. And I also want to share my experience in relation to conflict, that another thing which is causing conflict in school is a question of interest as well as a right. These are two major things which can cause a conflict in a school. And also the issue of us understanding that the conflict is something which really is inevitable in a workplace. And it is a necessity to drive our goals when well handled and resolved. Consistency is very important in resolving conflict. We must always understand that conflict is either collaborative or confrontational. It is destructive or educational. It remains destructive when there is a conflict and we don't resolve that particular conflict. It is educational when we resolve. We will always refer to that. The Boucher always says when you are a judge, there is a case, a similar case, you refer to criminal law, that a case which was resolved in Cape Town was resolved by the judge in the following manner. So if you solve the conflict, you will take the lessons and others will learn from that resolved part. But if you allow teacher X to come to school late and you don't say anything, it affects the entire working force and everyone will follow it. And that will remain an unresolved conflict which will cause destructive tendency and conflict in the school. And also when we handle issues with parents, we must always understand that there is what we call differences and similarities of communication. When you interact with a parent, you must check the level of education of that particular person before you can engage. Hence, we'll always say we are having issues with that. This is a very broad concept in relation to conflict. I believe that we are still going to proceed with this particular session so that we can further share the experiences. In the interest of time, thank you very much, Tata Bushe.
Thank you so much, Ntate Shikwambana. Thank you very much. Mema Tebula, are you here? Still here? Mema Tebula? All right, I think she might have left. All right, colleagues, with this, I think let's call it quits. Let's then look forward to another session on Monday. Mondays and Wednesday, we're always having a session to capacitate educators. And thank you, Ntate Shikwambana, for those words. I don't know if Mr. Mangwato is still here, if he has anything, but I want to call the meeting adjourned. And have yourself a good night.
Good night.
Very good night to you too.
Goodbye.
How to register?